Yo, what's up, everybody? How's it going? How's everyone doing tonight? Welcome, welcome. I fixed the hydrate thing for TikTok, so they should be happy. You're her brother? Whose brother? Well, welcome to you. Just a sec, everybody. There we go. Just had to change the game on TikTok. Anywho, we're playing some Hytale today. As I said, it was always the plan. It was always the plan to play this game. So, this should be fun. My thing is kind of delayed. What do you mean? How delayed is it? That is not a question I'm going to answer, dude. Jesus Christ. Sorry to hear that, man. Hey, what's up, Hello Kitty? How you doing? Alright, well, if you ain't going to explain what you mean, then I'm just going to continue. Alright. So, anyways. Let's make my character, shall we? So, I see that they have elf ears. Is that everybody? Can I change that? What's up, what's up? How's it going? I'll start talking and then we'll go to my VTube. Oh, that's not delayed. No, that's on purpose. I don't immediately jump to the next scene. Yeah, I sit here for a minute to try to get everything going. But in any case, so I want to see. I don't know much about this game, so does everybody come with elf ears? Is there a way to change that? Yes, there is. Can I have box ears? Oh, guess not. I'll stick with elf ears. I mean, that's the closest thing I can get to fox ears. Anyways, how's everyone doing? I say things 3 seconds before it goes through the phone. What do you mean? Hey, hello, Malaki. How you doing? Well, Hello Kitty, you can take care of that person then. All right, let's see. We'll try to make this look as close to Slacker as possible. By the way, the game is really quiet. Are you guys able to hear? Wait, are you saying that like you see my character talking and then 3 seconds later? Because everything looks fine on my end. Hey, Maury, how you doing? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. You crazy. You crazy girl. Anyways, enough distractions. Oh my gosh, you could have free run pigtails? Gee, that might just make free run. This looks like as close as I can get. Wait, there's more hairstyles. Hold on. This one has fox ears. Can I cut my human ears off? Hold on, let me see. Can I cut my human ears off? Get rid of them. And I mean, that's close enough, right? Oh, that's too yellow. Gift free run? What do you mean gift free run? You want me to give her as a gift? Oh, that sounds like fun. Hello Kitty, what glitter, what color glitter are you putting on? Let's see. No, that's not that close. Maybe here? Yeah, I think that's as close to my hair color as you're gonna get. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Oh, you mean Gilf? Yeah, you're right. You right. Although Fern's more my type. This is like muscle or something? It is. Musculature. How do I make myself pale as fuck? Like that. That looks pretty pale. I haven't stepped out of the house in weeks. I should add score to the command list. Is there room? Oh, I think there's room. Hold on. I'll add it. Oh, I can't. It's a character limit. I'll just put score. Check coin. There you go. That ought to do it. All right, and then clothing. The heck? Oh, it's because I'm wearing a top. How close do you think we can get to my jacket? We're gonna explore his outfit. Oh, by the way, I fixed the command, Mori. The hydrate command. I'm not gonna tell anybody what the problem was because it's embarrassing. But I fixed it.
Morris' little story wants Slacker to hydrate.
Christ alive, that's loud. Okay, hold on, I need to fix that. Sound alerts. You gotta drop that way down. No, it's not your fault, Maury. Don't worry. There you go. You're sick because you're sick. That's why. This looks kind of cool. And that's about as close as I can get, I think. Maybe I'll put a maybe I'll put a maid dress on him. Bye, Angels, brother. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. That looks kind of close. And I think I just need to put like a t-shirt underneath, right? No. You don't know what to do with your brain right now? You pop it out, put it on the table, and give it a massage. Give yourself a brain massage. What I wish I could do. You know what? Let's go for a flannel. I wear flannels in real life a lot. Are these Hulk gloves? Hulk smash. Well, Slacker doesn't wear gloves, so I don't think we'll do that. Then as for pants, he just wears regular old blue jeans. There you go. Jesus Christ, there's even socks? Okay, we'll give him socks, I guess. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, you are correct, Maury. Yeah, let's listen to the mods, please, okay? I know I'm not like paying 100% attention to chat, but please obey the mods. All right, this is about as close as I can get to his shoot. Nerdy as There we go. There we go. That's our boy right there. I didn't buy like the Founders Edition or anything, so I don't have any capes. But I don't want to. Man, you are pushing your luck, dude. Sheesh. Locked cosmetics? What? I mean, the hair's kind of stupid looking. But are you kidding me? Whatever. I want my other hair back. Where'd it go? I mean, this one's kind of dumb too, but it's the only one that has animal ears, so whatever. All right. So there's no adventure mode. Okay.
Maurice Little Story says, Sav, can you step in for a moment?
What's up? It's okay, Rogue. Don't worry about it. Hey, Kai, how you doing? Hey, dude, Farah, come on. Yeah, that's not cool, dude. I mean, I've told you a couple times now not to say that. So if you're gonna keep doing that, then we're just gonna have to. There's gonna be consequences. Night, Kai. Have a good one. I mean, it's totally up to you, Rogue. Don't worry about it. If you want me to, then I will. And now that we are finished creating the character, I pay attention to chat a little bit more. So, sorry. All right. What we got? Turn that off. I need to change some stuff. Aim. Ah, no. Gotta drop that down to 60. There we go. That's much better. When it's competing with Waterdo, it a lot of 3D games kind of have trouble. And just smack the bushes with a berry. I appreciate it, Maury. All right, so I know absolutely nothing about this game other than what I have briefly seen online. And when I say briefly, I mean briefly. I don't know what I can do other than... Guess I can't even punch trees. Holy cow. Oh, yes, I can. When the stream deck comes tomorrow, by the way, I'm very excited for that. We're gonna be doing sound alerts. I'm gonna be able to change scenes so much easily. We're gonna be a legit stream, guys. Yo, trees break. Okay. I see you, Hytale. The entire tree breaks when you cut it down. That's rad. Okay. What is the crafting button? We got campfire, chest, workbench. We need some stone. Okay, no, I'm gonna need a sword. Get one of them. One of them. Get all of our resources up in there. A form of overflowing abundance of plant life in Orbis, a great auction. Tree sap. No description. Okay. We need... Oh. How many stones that makes a stone? I know that sounds dumb. Oh, I think I need to mine it. Okay. So, how's everyone's day today? You guys have a good Wednesday? Honestly, today I was so freaking tired. I felt like my brain was under a pile of mud or something. I love that. Something that I've said Minecraft has needed for years is for trees to break. You cut them down. And I know you can do it with mods. I'm talking about natively. They need that natively. Don't worry about it, Maury. I've told that person a bunch of times already. So it's, you know, you get to a point where it's just enough is enough. Spider. Whoa. I did a lot of damage. What did I get? Venom sac? I'm poisoned. That's great. What does it do? Orbis. Antidotes distilled from the venom by the Pharaons were once prized across the land. Okay, so I'm guessing I can make antidote. You got it, Maury. Exactly, Rogue, exactly. You got it. Alright, so I need... Okay, there we go. Pickaxe. That should get me... stone, right? Marble cobble. Does that count? That counts. Okay. Yo. Alright, where do I want to build? This is always the tough part of any Minecraft beginning. Hi, Froggy. Ribbit. 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 Got a heated blanket. Ooh, heck yeah. I used to have one of those when I was younger, but I think the heating element burned out. So we weren't able to use it anymore. But the thing is, that was like one of those old like 80s heated blankets. Like, I'm not saying I'm from the 80s, but that's the age that the blanket was. So I'm surprised like it didn't burn my entire house down when it died. You know, as things from back in those days were wont to do. You know what I've been curious about though is weighted blankets. Hi, birdie. I've always been curious if weighted blankets do anything. Ooh, a house. Abandoned house. Yo, what up? On guard or whatever. Are you dead? Hey, thank you for the follow, Rosie. Welcome, welcome. I think I'm gonna build here. Yep, this is gonna be our house. I just need to fix it up a bit. Or a lot. There you go. Make a nice little window right here. What was that? Oh. Hey, thank you for the rose, Cameron. Oh, shoot. Hold on, I forgot to turn on the throwing thing. Just a sec. I'll have this up and running. Excuse you. Alright, so now when you guys send gifts, it'll throw things at my head. But thank you for the rose, Cameron. I appreciate it. Okay, the only thing I don't know how to make is the roof yet. And I'm assuming these sticks are just for show. Oops. How do we get it to be down normal? $41 pack of water bottles. Oof. Were your arms killing you after that? All right, Rogue. Don't worry about it. You good, homie. You good. Oops. Well, look at you. Look at you, Miss She-Hulk. Blocks don't heal when you hit them. Hmm? Oh, they do, slowly. Okay. Somebody got to peel like an orange? Nah, you're good. Don't worry about it. What is this? Is this a wardrobe? Whatever. Now I can build workbench. What can I make? Campfire. Crude daggers. Crude daggers. Hammers. Copper pickaxe. Okay. Adamantite. Mithril. Adamantite. And what do we got? What do we got? Furnace. Armor workbench. Blacksmith anvil. Canning rack. Armor workbench. What does this do? I'm guessing you can make like seed stuff. Chef stove. Oh, that's cute. Like that. Okay, first things first. We need a bed. Light hide. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need a shoot. Because I'm probably gonna need like to shoot like a deer or something, right? Oh, I highly doubt that, Maury. I trapped myself. I'm a dingus. There we go. Now, I gotta remember that this is here, so I can't stray too far away. Okay, we got any... There we go. Sorry, cows, you're the first thing I saw. Jesus, how many shots do you take?
Welcome back from the ad break. The bills have been paid.
My God, how many? Oh, kicking. Okay. I see you. I see you. No, Jonah, I am not. All right, Maury. All right, you got me. It's okay. It's okay. These are these are sleeping arrows. They're not killing arrows, all right? You don't need to worry. Hey, whoa, okay, I can climb. That's nice. Good to know. No, don't kill me, please. Ooh. Well, at least it tells me where my death is. Freaking trap got me. Alright, Maury, gotcha. Aye, aye, Captain. Forgot. I like already that the animals have like AI. Like they run away from you and react to you. Ooh, what's that floating in the sky? Oh, it's a bird. And he didn't see that. Hey, Jonah, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome, bud. How you doing? Hello, bear. Hello, bear. It's okay. It's okay, bear. I'm leaving. Ouch. I'm leaving. It's okay. Oof. You like gaming? Oh, me too. What kind of games do you like? Well, I try to. Try to read the chat. Alright, so we have light hide. So that means, hold up. Can I make the bed now? Yes, I can. Okay. What is a bed? Does a bed give me respawn? Yep, cool. Now when I inevitably kill myself out of stupidity, I have a place to wake back up. Alright. So the next thing we should
Wretch
be
has
getting...
gone roach redeemed hydrate. Get to it, you thirsty bitch.
I cannot understand when Foxy reads people's name. But thank you for the hydrate. Sorry, that went down the wrong way. Okay. Minecraft, Fortnite, Mario. Heck yeah, those are good games. Those is good games right there. Alright, so I'm guessing next on our list is going to be a furnace and an anvil, right? That's what I'm guessing. Is there anything else that I could possibly use? There's just a bunch of tools. Backpack. Okay. Coolio. Alright, so we're gonna go for that then. Cooked wild meat. When I'm drinking something, yeah. Giving them the air kisses. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And then I'm guessing I need the builder's workbench in order to make roofing. Well, stairs, I guess. Okay. Let's go look for copper, I guess, right? I'm gonna try just mining here. Ah, thank you, Lucas. Wait, what do you mean people like me? Think I'm a cool guy? Well, I appreciate the follow nonetheless. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. You know what? Same here, Lucas. Same here. I don't like mean people. Okay, I think I need to make torches. Oh my god, I don't need to jump. Hey, Rogue, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Your character just automatically climbs up. Okay. I'm liking this more and more. A new Kemomimi OC? What animal would they be? I'm gonna put the door on the other side. Every time you get on Twitch, it randomly unfollows people. Twitch has been very strange lately. I'll just say that. I mean, it's been crashing my stream all week. A friend of mine, I was watching her stream earlier, and she was having issues too. Like her and her viewers were having issues as well. So Twitch is just being bleh. Leopard or kitsune? Ooh, you should do a snow leopard. I haven't seen very many like snow leopard kimono mimis. What was I looking for? Okay, do these go on the wall though? Gonna find out. Oh, and it goes over 64 stacks. This game is like a very well detailed Minecraft mod so far, what I'm noticing. And it sticks to the wall. And it has a little holder. Oh my guys. And your character automatically puts the torch in their other hand. No mods needed. Gotta give him a backstory. Make him like a snow princess. Bye, Rogue. I hope you feel better. Have a good night. Okay, now down at the dirt, which means I'm gonna need a shovel. That would be cool, I agree. Oh, wait a minute. Is there no shovel? Oh, there's no shovel. Wait, yeah, there is. But I need iron. Okay, iron is the only... okay. I'm probably gonna have to come back for more, you know, while I'm here. I'm gonna make more pickaxes. Sorry, guys, I don't mean to keep running back and forth. I know it probably drives you insane. And we're gonna see if it does another cool thing, which is automatically re-equip broken tools. Gonna make her a warrior. That sounds cool. Excuse me. Mori, are you familiar with the game RimWorld? You're not? Okay. Well, in RimWorld, there's a mod for a race of people called the Maru. They are snow leopard people. I mean, I know you have like your own design in mind and everything, but I think you might like their designs. You might get like a good idea or blueprint for snow leopard Kemono Mimi. But again, just a suggestion. You don't have to. Jeez Louise, where's the freaking copper, man? Maru, M-A-R-U. You can just type Maru, RimWorld, and Google will know what you're talking about. It's a pretty famous, Oh, is this copper? Bitch, oh, that's iron. Yo, do we get to skip past copper? That's cool. Probably not. Yo, what's up, Mac? You know, when I get my stream deck tomorrow, you know what I'm gonna do, Mac? I'm gonna add a button that automatically does that. Well, what's up, my friend? How you doing? You're intercepting my package? Nah. Nah. It's getting flown here by top ninjas. You ain't getting that thing. I paid for top ninja insurance. Truly Nintendo? You talking about this game? I think this game looks like Nintendo? I bet you anything it'll be on Switch at some point. Crude pickaxe broken became ineffective. Wait a minute, you can still mine with broken tools? Minecraft, why cannot? Why cannot you do that? How's Minecraft? This is Hytale. But not Minecraft it's pretty fun so far. I'm liking a lot of the features that I'm seeing. What you gonna stream tonight? There's the copper. Bless me. No, bless you. More. City of Heroes. That's Is that the one where that one game Ship of Heroes was ripping off? Is there actually an end to that game, or are you talking about like the season or whatever? Oh yeah, there was this game called Ship of Heroes, and it was ripping off one of those games, something of Heroes. I think it was City of Heroes. Yeah, it was just pay to win garbage. And you do 36 challenges. Oh. See. What's up, Ducky? I don't think it's trying to replace Minecraft. I think what it is just people who love Minecraft so much that they just want to make their own version of it, you know? It's like me. If I were to make my own video game, it would be that I love Zelda so much that I make my own Zelda, but I'm not trying to replace it. I mean, that's not even possible. Tries to play. Don't do it, Mac. Don't do it. They're gonna come for you. You gave her a name and a backstory? Oh, what'd you name her? But yeah, you don't need to worry, Ducky. Minecraft is safe. It ain't going nowhere. Houna? That sounds pretty. Damn, you really don't like this game, do you? Bro really called this Minecraft at home. Alright. Hey, to each their own. You know? I can't force you to like it. You know, I just really like Minecraft. So I thought I would try something that is like a love letter to Minecraft, you know? But you gotta remember to be open-minded, Ducky. Remember that. You will live a long, fruitful life if you keep an open mind about things. Respect your elders. Yeah, that too. Hey, what's up, NPC? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Well, you know what? That's fair enough. I guess the reason why I can just switch over to games so easily like this is because Minecraft came out when I was 21 years old. So I hold no allegiances to it. In 3 years, Minecraft will be 20. Yeah. Let's hope Microsoft lets it live that long. Or if they ever try to make a Minecraft 2. Minecraft. Yeah, Minecraft 2. They just name it Minecraft. And it's like you don't even mine or anything. You just play as some dude named Mike as he goes through his day. Dude, he took Flappy Bird. Really? I thought Flappy Bird went away because the creator couldn't handle the pressure of success. Your sister wants to be an author? Well, I wish her all the luck then. Blue or white hair? What color blue? That's the name of the FNAF security guard? What, Mike? Hey, don't look at me. I mean, he's got a game named after him now. Navy blue. That sounds like a good snow color. Mike Afton. Is that the dude from the movie? Ain't his name Mike? I don't remember much about the movie. Ain't his name Mike? Alright, Ducky. Enjoy Portal 2. Mike Schmidt. Alright. Well, like I said, I don't remember much about the movie. This game sure knows how to hand out the dopamine, though. Okay. I got a feeling that this is good enough. I got a feeling that I got enough iron ore. Long or short hair? Well, what's her weapon style gonna be? Because I usually try to match my whenever I make female characters, I try to match their hairstyle to their weapon. Daggers? Ooh, you can go either way. Probably like a nice medium hair length. She didn't say medium. So yeah, probably short. This was Minecraft, you would have found a cave by now. Lava. It is early access. Are you trying to say that I would fall into lava, good sir? Me? Slacker? Because you're absolutely correct. Bad boy outside. What am I stuck on? Jesus. Okay. So does this take wood as well? You got me. Oh, ore only goes into 25. Okay. Here too. Oh, you can upgrade stuff, huh? Neato. All right, so we got iron. Did we need iron again for? Oh, a backpack. That's right. I think we're just gonna let that go. See what else we can make? Tanning rack. Builder's workbench. Put it a little bit further away. That way I have space to... No. No! No! Stay away from my house. Get your face shot. Where are you? Yo! Haha, I just respawned at my house. Loser. When you die, you're just gonna die forever. Hi, Rexy. Thank you for the alert. Appreciate ya. Neato. Check myself before I wreck myself. I think I did just wreck myself a little bit when that bear came at me like that. Culture Giddy, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Here's the there it is. Medium leather. Heavy leather, light leather. Heavy leather, light leather. Heavy leather, light leather. Heavy leather, light leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Okay, so we need copper. What does the blacksmith's handle do? Oh, I should probably be making copper. Make me a part of their society. Wait, who? The your snow leopard person? Hi, Angel. How you doing? Oh, crap. No birch around here. Okay. What can we make here? Marble. Oh, okay. Okay. Walls, light temple. Okay. And then cobblestone. Can cobblestone me? Walls, roofs. Okay. Cool. And out of wood. Well, I think that's neat. Jeez, how deep does this tree go? Or people. Okay. You're gonna let me live amongst the snow leopards? now do the copper. Unknown item. Find the forgotten temple. Okay. So we do have sort of a quest. Got it, got it, got it. Hey, that's just like the Maru and Wormworld, Ori. They have a very advanced level. Actually, no, never mind. That's the Miho. I was mixing two things. Nah, the Maru are like advanced hunters, like the best hunters in all the Rim of all the worlds. And it's all sorts of kimono mimi. Ah, gotcha. So not just one species. That's cool. I'm liking this more and more. Better and better. So now we can make. Need more logs. I really like that. That is a really cool feature. Hi there. Can I help you? Yeah, you loot. All inclusive. Oh, I like that. Can charcoal be used as fuel? It can. Okay, okay, cool. Okay, so now we got an armorer's workbench. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, I have to sit in the inventory until it's done, or the station until it's done. Okay. Whatever. Copper helm, iron helm. Mithril helm, adamantite, cobalt. Okay, maybe the first thing we make then is make some copper. Takes a lot of copper, never mind. Like a lot. The helmet is 6. How much is the freaking chest plate? The Curus. So 2, 11, 16, 27, 33. So 33 copper. Oh, it's not too bad, I guess. Gotta go hunt more copper. I'm definitely gonna hit that trap when I come back. Warrior Garden, so she picks him during human raids. Oh. I see. So she must be feared among all of the humans out there, right? When they raid, they're like, oh, yo, it's her. We ain't doing this. We out of this. We out here. We're out of here. Now I can climb faster, right? Go down faster. Yeah. Beautiful. Gonna make me hydrate? Uh-oh. They know that they exist, but they just don't know where. Oh. So when they raid, is it like on accident because they stumbled upon them? Or do they actually like... what's the word? Group up and actually hunt them down. Go looking for them. Okay. Are they nomadic at all? You know, like travel the world to try to not stay in one place too long? Gotcha. And where does Slacker play in all this? What does he do? I feel like I would just get in everybody's way. But the thing is... What was that? According to Slacker's lore, he wants to be a hero. But he's just a laid-back dude. Well, look at that. I found a cave. And lava. Don't you just feel silly, Mac? Don't you just feel silly? Oh my god, look at all that ore up there. Okay, are these guys aggressive? He looks aggressive. That looks like an aggressive dude. Guardian in training. He'll take it. You can actually, if you want, you can read my full story. If you go to my website, slackersavant.tv, it's got my full story.
Angel wants Slacker to hydrate.
Will do. And go easy on my website. I made it myself. I'm not a web designer by any stretch of the imagination. So it might look a little bland. Thank you for the hydrate, Angel. What are you? Just a plant? Oh, you can jump and climb too? Oh my gosh. This game keeps amazing me more and more. Working better than most professional things. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It was my first foray into back-end development, so I'm particularly proud of the way that the cards expand. Oh, it's a bat. You know what I'm appreciating right now? The fact that I'm in a cave and I'm not immediately surrounded by fucking zombies and skeletons. I'm just here peacefully mining. Thank you, Angel. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. What are you? Oh, what are you? Friend or foe? Foe. Like a maggot. Okay, where there's larvae, there are giant insects. You'll put some magic into their lore. Hey, magic's always fun. I'm not gonna get beat up by a maggot. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, you gotta eat a lot to heal. But you do naturally regen, which is nice. Okay. Which I guess you do too with Minecraft. So our fighter class is determined by their genetics. Hello, rat. Friend or foe? Foe. Okay. The thing wants to kill me down here. I have stumbled upon underground Australia. The powers you have are determined by genetics. Oh. Do they always go into the class that their genetics are determined by? Or could they be like, oh, I'm good at magic, but I want to be a knight, so I'm gonna be like a spell sword or something like that. You can be whatever you want to be? Oh, okay. That's cool. I like that. Ew, I hear something gross. Oh. I think I'm gonna be going back the way I came. Where there's cocoons, there's giant insects. Yep, I knew it. I knew it. Hey Deku, how you doing? Are those spider larvae, or are they larvae for some other godly abomination? I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking. Your insomnia acting up again? Sorry to hear it, man. Oh boy. Okay. I am lost. Excuse me. I don't like that. Goblin? It was a goblin. Have you ever had my mic work in my settings for the purple app but not the game itself? No, not really. Honestly, whenever it's working in one, it'll be working for everything. Luckily. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. You're cute. What are you? Whatever. Excuse you. Am I out of arrows? Jesus. Unless these are Sahuagin. No, they're goblins. Streaming off a tablet and is picking up mic built into the tablet. Yeah, usually whenever whatever streaming software you're using will automatically detect a mic, whether it be pre-built or built-in or otherwise. But if you're having issues where the stream is picking it up but the game is not, you likely have an output issue with the game. Damn it. Okay, luckily it wasn't that much stuff I dropped. Shows nothing in the settings for the game. It's only working in the Twitch setting. Well, if your game doesn't have input settings, then, you know, that's your first cue to what to look into. You look into why your game doesn't have input settings. Or, like, audio settings. Which is very strange. Call of Duty. Ooh. Don't know too much about that one. Sorry. Call of Duty for iPad? A game like that might be expecting an external microphone. If I had to venture a guess. They came out with Call of Duty Mobile. Oh, that game. Okay. Yeah, if I had to venture a guess, I would say it is expecting an external microphone. How do I put the frickin'... Whatever. I'm trying to put torches. Okay, so I came out through here. I'm gonna have to start putting... Came through here. It died over there. How close was I to figuring out where to go? Oops. Pick a class for powers. For who? For your character or for Slacker? Here's my stuff. Okay, so Slacker would probably be a fighter. Okay, well, is my stuff down below? Okay. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Esha class? 1, 2, or 3? What do you mean? Oh, there's a gravity there? Shut up. Don't be funny. On my... Okay, so... In Minecraft, when you hold shift... So... Okay, that's one thing Minecraft has over this so far. There's no way to not fall off of blocks. That's a bummer. Pick a number. 2. What do I play? What do you mean? Play everything. Well, just about everything. This is called Hytale. Hytale. Okay. I don't know how to go down. Oh, right, I went this way, right? Went this way. I should probably put a torch right so I know to go this way. I dropped my food, didn't I? That's cool. At least I can build a campfire anyway. Do I know what Ark Survival is? Yes, I do. Yeah, for Slacker, I think for a fox, a kitsune, we should give him enhanced dark sight or a dark vision. He'd have pretty good reflexes. You've been playing that a lot too? That's the dinosaur game, right? In there. A megalodon. Holy cow. You're a beast. Careful. Are you fighting it with your bare hands? Oh, she's an elementalist, huh? What's her favorite element? Because slackers would be fire. Basically, fire elements would be
Welcome back from the ad break.
gravitate towards him
If you
more,
hate ads, consider a sub or using your Twitch Prime.
and he'd be proficient with things that are enchanted with fire. Fought it with a pickaxe? You're a freaking beast, dude. Swung a pickaxe underwater? I want to mess with you. I'm gonna freaking get lost again. Corner. I do believe this is where one of my deaths were. I don't know what that is. I don't think I'm gonna like these. Choice. Yo, come on, man. Hey, thank you for the follow. So sorry I didn't see who that was, but appreciate the follow. Hello, Mikasa. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Slacker's Gaming Couch. What are you? Holy cow. Going all right. How are you doing? Currently under attack by a freaking... I can only assume necromancer of some... Hey, come on, dude. Really? Thank you for the follow. Yo, look at my sword. Do I have infinite sword glitch? No, I don't. How are you doing, Mikasa? You having a good night? Doing well? Awesome. I am glad to hear that. Stream is going well. Yes, thank you for asking. Except for the fact that I keep dying in the same exact spot. But hey. Just like in Minecraft. The message above what you sent, what you... Oh, just just ignore it. It's okay. Don't worry about it. People say weird stuff all the time. If it's too weird, then it'll be handled by the mods. So you just ignore and pay attention to the stream. That was supposed to... Was that supposed to be a Technoblade reference? I know who that is, but I don't know any references to that person. Man, we were doing so well, and now we got freaking necromancers and goblins and kobolds. At least I'm assuming this is a kobold. No, it's probably just a goblin. How long have I been VTubing? Technically since about February of 2024. But then I had to take a break for quite a while and then came back February of last year. Oh, that means next month is my anniversary. Wow, I didn't even know that. Time just flies by. I didn't even pay attention. And then my affiliate anniversary is in May? I want to say May. Do you do any streaming, Mikasa? Okay, that's that's that necromancer dude again. Yeah. Get juked. Silly spellcaster. You can't beat the best spell of all, which is get in your face and whack you with a sword. Yes, doing all good, Maury. Thank you for checking. I'll be doing even better when I can find my stuff. Come on. Uh-oh. This one has bombs. Oi! What are you? 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 Did I get... Oh, what? What? No. This is getting annoying. Did I dig my way to the nether? No, I think it's just like a volcanic place that I am severely under geared for, so I think I'm just gonna stop going down there. I'm gonna take the L. I'm just gonna take the L. I can always get more copper. Making a Technoblade shrine in one of your worlds. Oh. That's very nice of you. I don't think it's worth repairing these cheapo tools, right? Yeah, I don't think it's worth repairing them. I think I'm just gonna like drop them somewhere and then deal with it later. Oh, my sword's broken. That's cool. Realize that. Cool. He was a really entertaining streamer. He was a Minecraft streamer, right? I know some about him. I know he was a cool dude. People really loved him. He was well loved by his community. It was really sad to hear about him. Yeah. I know. I know that much. Ooh, the Fens? Are we in Boston? Could have built here. This place is pretty. Kick me? Don't you dare kick me. Yo, Skivvy, what's up, man? Long time no see. How you been? You like to stick forks in power outlets. What else can you stick in a power outlet? Well, I usually like to put paper clips in power outlets. That's always been a lot of fun to me. Oh, sorry. We're gonna pretend that didn't happen. Yep. That pig that I just killed definitely did not have babies. Foxy isn't talking. Uh-oh. Sorry, hold on. Okay. I think I fixed it. Hello? Come on. Wake up, Foxy. Okay, well, we're gonna have to give that a bit. You been busy? Yeah, I bet. You've been moving, right? I think last time we spoke, you were talking about moving. How'd that go? Yes, this game is just like Minecraft. And just like Minecraft, I have died 700 times. Ooh, is that a lobster? What you looking at? Huh? Square up to me. I'll turn you into lobster bisque, son. My hand is always on my chin. Yeah. Well, I did that because usually the default pose is just hands by my side, and that's kind of boring. Work in progress. Well, well, well. I finally found the famous work in progress temple. Need to go find a speech coast. Speech coast. I give up. Officially in the new place. Got the PC all set up. Ooh, heck yeah. So you'll be able to start streaming from your new place. No threatening lobsters? Why not? What's up, Mr. Unknown? How you doing? Wait, why do you gotta redo OBS? Did you get a brand new computer? The lobsters are innocent. Did you see how you squared up to me? All I did was walk by and go, ooh, a lobster. And he squared up. I'm not gonna take that kind of threat sitting down. You heard about what I did to the other pig, huh? Look, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't know she had kids. See how smart Foxy is. You trying to make him... Whoa. Oh. Something's... Wait, how could any of that have... Oh. You broke the script. You broke the script. He tried responding. Okay. Well, I guess I have to code for non-English words or non-Latin letters. Yeah, you broke them. Hold on, I'm gonna have to close the script and restart it. Yeah, because it's not non-Latin letters. Hi, Lynn. Tell you advice for what? What do you need advice on? Hey, you know what, Skivvy? You helped me test an edge case on my script. So yeah, you did very well. That's very good QA. But he can talk again. Just no non-Latin letters, okay? For now. Not until I code that in. Advice for getting a boyfriend? But you already have a boyfriend. Didn't you already accomplish that? Unless I'm missing something here. Is this some kind of new meme that I don't get? Are we trying to screw with Slacker with this one? But the script's back up now, Skivvy, if you want to make him say something weird.
Eating an apple underwater is quite the challenge. While it's not a common practice, if you really want to try, you could. 1. Use a snorkel or scuba gear to breathe while you munch away. 2. Take a bite above water, then dip below to chew and swallow. 3. Cut the apple into small pieces and bring them underwater in a waterproof container, then surface to eat. Remember to be cautious and prioritize your safety.
Yeah, I gotta fix his personality. 'Cause he would not say something like that. Ah, gotcha, Maury. Understood. Well, which one do you want me to use the most, though, when referring to you? You got it. Oh, and give me like a little bit of time to like put that into my memory. I've got old man memory, so it takes me a bit to like remember things. So if I forget, forgive me. All right, well, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna keep on keeping on is what we're gonna do. We're gonna head on back down to the mine, and we're gonna not go down to the lava death maze. Hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome, Lele. You got any apple facts for us, Foxy? Ooh, should I go for a
I don't
bumper
have
pick?
any pepperoni on hand, but I can certainly help with a recipe or some fun facts about it if you're interested.
What? I didn't say that. What are you talking about, you little weirdo? What did he hear? No idea what he heard. He just heard whatever and then ran with it. Okay.
Wow, that's quite the scenario. If a fox were the size of a guinea pig, it would be much smaller and less capable of taking down a huge Kodiak bear, especially one decked out in football gear and lingerie. In reality, even regular-sized foxes would probably want to steer clear of such a situation. Nature tends to favor harmony over chaos, so maybe they'd all just have a tea party instead.
What are you making my kids say weird things for? Funny though, keep going. No, he didn't break. That's typical Foxy for you. You guys think I'm kidding when I say that he's weird, huh? You got me with that one. It's because I didn't read the chat, so I didn't see what you prompted him with. So all of a sudden I just hear him say, Especially ones decked out in lingerie. Oh boy, I cannot wait until I figure out this this dual LLM thing and he can start being weird. Because I'm working on making it so that he's not so chat GPT, but it requires that I run a local LLM that will take the chat GPT output, desanitize it, and then feed it back into the text-to-speech. Been working on your impromptu comedy routine. I can tell. Hello, hello. How are you? Oh, for me, I'm just he, him. Just your standard average run-of-the-mill boy. What other impromptu comedy bits do you got? Wonder if I should like not do your typical like Minecraft tunnel mine, or if I should instead like strip mine. Basically like mine out opposing corridors or parallel corridors on every side. Excuse me. Oh, that is a fun fact. You got some that TikTok won't like? Oh. Wait, in what way? Hey, zombie, thanks for the rose. How's it going? Are you having to correct them a lot? Hey, thank you, zombie. What is that? Hat and mustache? Oh, did that... Wait, hold on. Did that add it to my... Did you guys see that appear on my face? The hat and mustache? I hope it appeared. No? I guess, TikTok's facial recognition thing doesn't work all that well, eh? Nope, doesn't look like it works. I guess it only works for people. Well, that's VTuberist. I don't like that. I'm gonna complain. Sorry, zombie. Wonder why. It probably only detects human. So, I mean, I technically have a human face. It is a little anime-ish, but human face. It pops up in the middle of the screen. Huh. Won't let you combo? What do you mean? What's combo? What does that do? Oh, I see. Is Is it when they comment on your appearance? All right, bye, Deku. Thanks for being here. Appreciate ya. Is it getting brighter? Weird. Does the light come through the wall? Combos of the gift stacks. Oh, you. Oh. Am I missing a feature or something on my TikTok live? Oh. Yeah, that would annoy me too.
Greetings, curious human. As a sentient toaster oven from the year 3000, I can assure you that toast is indeed the pinnacle of culinary delight. First, consider versatility. Toast serves as the ideal canvas for a vast array of toppings, from the simplest butter to the most exotic avocado spreads. Its warm, crispy texture complements both sweet and savory flavors, offering endless gastronomic possibilities. Second, efficiency. In a world where time is precious, toast is quick to prepare and consume, ensuring you can enjoy a satisfying meal without sacrificing productivity. Lastly, nostalgia. Toast carries within a sense of comfort and familiarity, a reminder of simpler times and cherished breakfast rituals. In conclusion, toast reigns supreme due to its adaptability, convenience, and comforting nature. Embrace the toast and taste the future.
He's talking about being a sentient toaster from the year 3000 and why toast is the superior food. Over on the Twitch stream, you can talk to Foxy. You can send him little prompts, ask him questions, make him say goofy things. Just please only use Latin letters, because I haven't programmed for non-Latin letters yet. Didn't think I would have to be honest. But you know what? That's on me. Well, if they can't see that, Mori, then that's on them. Tell them like, hey, you blind? What do you think I'm wearing here, huh? Who do you think you're talking to? Oh my god. Oh, thank you, zombie. I thought an ad started playing on my TikTok stream, and I was like, what is that?
Dig deep. Find map. Look fast. Sneak soft. Grab dock. Win big. Save day. Hytale rules.
Well, he technically did what you said. Those were only 2-syllable words. Have you ever had anybody scoff at you though, Maury? And go like, oh, you're one of those. And you're like, excuse me? Because I have heard that way too many times in public. I'm just like, I cannot believe I just heard that. I ain't getting anywhere near. Nope, of course, I completely missed. You don't want none of this. thought. This way. This is the way to the core. That was gibberish. That was gibberish. You gotta tell him to use complete sentences. That's how you do it, Maury. You are the master of non-conflict, and I appreciate that. Curses. And also the one thing I really want to program is the ability for Foxy to see what I'm playing, like to see the game screen. But that is extremely
It seems like
GPU
Prof.
intensive.
is a lively and imaginative chat participant who enjoys posing whimsical and creative questions. They have a knack for combining humor with unusual scenarios, which can make
Thank you,
for
zombie.
some entertaining conversation.
I second that, Foxy. I second that analysis. Good job.
Sounds good. If you have any other questions or need assistance, feel free to ask. I'm here to help.
That's too much. No. Oh, man, what happened to you, buddy? That's way too chat GPT-ish. He's no Neurosoma. Not yet, at least. I'm too stubborn to give up. I mean, I'm no Beetle, but I'll figure it out sooner or later. You're broke till next week. Yo, don't go spending all your money here, man. Make sure you buy food. Pay your rent. Pay your phone bill. You don't need to be spending money in this this clown stream. All I want is just some goddamn copper. You have that already? Oh, okay. Well, I'm not your financial advisor, so do as you please. But yeah, the secrets of Neurosama are well guarded. I mean, I understand why, because, you know, Neurosama is his bread and butter. But, I will crack the code. I will figure it out. Not like, you know, I'm gonna have the exact same stream idea. But it's like I need a little AI buddy here to chat with me. Be chaotic.
If Frieren, the elf mage from Frieren, Beyond Journey's End,
Frieren?
lived in the Chainsaw Man universe, she might find Denji's personality quite different from what she's used to. Frieren is generally calm, introspective, and a bit detached, while Denji is more chaotic and driven by immediate desires. However, their shared experiences with demons and the supernatural might create some common ground. Whether they'd be friends would depend on how their personalities mesh over time, but it's certainly an interesting combination.
Sorry, buddy, I gotta interject here. It's pronounced Freerin, not Fryrin.
No worries. Feel free to clarify or ask anything else you have in mind. I'm here to help.
You're supposed to tell me to shut up. Stuff like that, not whatever the hell that was. He'd say something about her not liking him because of Pochita. He doesn't have access to the internet. He just has access to training data from like the past couple of years. So he's not going to be able to go and be like, oh, she would hate him because of, you know, all the demon stuff. Yeah, what's up, Tenna? How you doing? I don't see any more copper. So I think about times we... this is the wrong way. Hey, thank you, zombie. Thank you for the ice cream. You are so very kind. Where is my entrance? What? Oh.
For this little story wants Slacker to hydrate.
Alright, C-3PO.
No, vaccines do not cause autism. This is a misconception that has been widely debunked by extensive scientific research. Vaccines are safe and effective tools for preventing disease and have no proven link to autism.
He's very literal. Reread the prompt, buddy. That's not what he asked. Yo. It's time to leave. Where the hell? Where is the... There's like a hole around here somewhere that I came up out of. Where is it? Oh, it's down there. Wait. Ain't further down? Here? Is it over here? There it is. Oh my gosh, I gotta do a better job at making that obvious. I guess he just doesn't care. Hold on. You got it, Maury. Exactly.
Counting to the 400th digit of pi
No.
would take quite a while.
No.
However, I can tell you that the first 400 digits of pi are
3.14159265358977937510582094998628699862803489862803482538274512 Hey, DJ Moss, thank you for the follow.
11706798214808.
He's doing the full thing, by the way. I hope you know.
9647093844622.
Those are 400 digits I'm seeing right now on the console.
955082235940811145502841027019385211938521938.
Alright, buddy. Alright, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough.
948. Got it. If there's anything else you need, feel free to let me know.
Hey, Foxy. Tell me what the secret to life, the universe, and everything is, but in German.
The secret is that embracing kindness
No.
and understanding can lead to the most profound connections and joys in life. It's often overlooked, but treating others with empathy and compassion can truly transform your world.
That's not what I meant. The secret to life, the universe, and everything. What is it? Tell me it in German. No, I didn't have to old yeller him. I just got to interrupt
The
his...
answer to life, the universe, and everything is famously 42, according to Douglas Adams,
Oh,
The
he can't
Hitchhiker's
speak
Guide
German,
to
huh?
the Galaxy. In German, you would say, 42.
His humor is a little low. Hey, Foxy, why don't we go ahead and kick that humor up by 44%?
Sure, let's lighten the mood. Here's a quick joke for you. Why did the Scarecrow win an award?
No.
Because he was outstanding in his field.
Boo.
Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to chat about.
I need to fix his humor. That's terrible. Hey, Bean. How you doing? The meaning of life is to die for the Emperor. For the Emperor. You know what I could do? Hey, Foxy, why don't you give me a brief history of the Emperor from Warhammer 40k? Like, be extremely detailed.
Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Sounds like someone is ready for a battle of epic purport. The Emperor of Mankind in the Warhammer 40,000 universe is a central and enigmatic figure. Known as the most powerful human psyker, he was responsible for unifying humanity during the Great Crusade and establishing the Imperium of Man. Often depicted as an idealized ruler, he sought to guide humanity towards a brighter future, free of superstition and chaos. However, following the Horus Heresy, a galaxy-spanning civil war, the Emperor was mortally wounded by his traitorous son, Horus. Now, he is confined to the Golden Throne on Terra, where he remains in a perpetual near-death state, psychically guiding and protecting humanity while the Imperium struggles to uphold his vision in an often bleak and grim universe.
That's not close? Alright, Skivvy, thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. What's wrong? Did you guys not like Foxy's retelling of Warhammer 40k lore? Hmm? What's up, Bean? What's the matter, friend? Ooh, you automatically equip stuff. That's neat. Oh boy. Was he giving puppy dog eyes? Yeah, that's when you know it's time to go. Hey, thank you for the heart, me zombie. Appreciate it. And welcome to the fan club, buddy. Good old doggies, puppy dog guys. Possible to stay mad at him. Wait, hold on. Did I not build it? Or make it? Oh, okay. There we go. Oh god. Putting on armor gives you more health, but then it almost kills you. Yeesh. Told a girl you like her and she likes another guy. Aw, I'm sorry, man. Them's the breaks, though, you know? How life is, unfortunately. You like a girl, but she likes another guy. But it's okay, man. You know, it's not the end of the world. Although I will say, you know, kudos to you for respecting her decision. Because I know how difficult that is. You know, and you're like, oh no, I'm gonna like try to win you or whatever. Don't do that. But you're not doing that. So kudos to you for that. Yeesh, I'm sorry to hear that. What was I looking for? On, just finish him. Finish the last two. Hey Foxy, you got any kind words to cheer up our sad friend in chat?
Hey there. It seems like you have a lot on your mind. If you're interested in Warhammer, I can tell you about the Emperor. In the Warhammer 40,000 universe, the Emperor of Mankind is a central
That's not
figure.
what I asked.
He's a powerful and immortal being who united humanity under
That's
the
not
Imperium
what
and
I
now
asked.
sits on
That's
the
not what I
Golden
asked.
Throne, protecting mankind through his psychic abilities. If you have other questions or need more info, feel free to ask.
Okay. I'm ready to go kick some butt. Hippopotomonstrosiquipediliophobia? ETS might not pick that up. Okay, so where are we? Furniture. Okay, so yeah, we need a tanning rack. Because we need leather in order to make different armor. There. Leathers do I have? Light hide, does that do anything? Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome, Bean, welcome. What's up, Bean? I'm guessing. What's your guess what? Yes, it still makes a sound. But with nobody around to hear it, does it really matter that it made a sound? Okay. We need more storage space, I think. Cool. I was hoping I could put that on the wall. Now let's see if I can get down there and get my stuff back. Oh, thank you, Bean. I appreciate that. Tail chumps. Hey, Bono, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Someone's gonna end up drawing that one day. All right, zombie. Hope you feel better. My cat's screaming at me. Taking a break from college work? Ooh, fun. What classes? You thought the AI was my son? No, that's not my son. He's just a bit of a wee dork, you know? I do have to correct a lot about his personality, because I don't like where it is right now. It's too chat GPT-ish, you know what I mean? Well, that's what I get for digging straight down, right? Ooh, English writing and rhetoric, huh? I liked my writing class. I didn't like the teacher. He was kind of Like I could tell she didn't really like it. She didn't like teaching, you know? But I enjoyed a lot of the work. I guess that's what counts, right? Figure back up. Climb? No, I can't. Are you gonna do like writing out of out of college? Do like a writing job, or what do you plan on doing with that? Ooh, I am on board with you on that one, Mono. I often believe, it is my belief that my teachers are the reason why I disliked math as a child. The only reason why I grasped algebra by any, definition of the word was because I had one teacher in middle school who sat me down and was like, "All right, we're gonna get you through this." And then you did. And I actually managed to pass. But then after that, I just had teachers who just were like, "Nah, doesn't matter. Like, you either pass or you don't." Work as a book editor. Ooh, that's fun. Getting to read all kinds of new stories every day, and you get paid to do it. That's wicked. You know, I kind of had something similar that I was thinking about, because my original major before I went into IT was English. But I was a bit of a doofus, and what I planned on doing with it was going into video game design, because I thought I could, like, write stories for video games. Then it turns out that it's actually doesn't work that way. You need like actual video game design experience before they'll
Welcome back
consider
from the
hiring
ad
you.
break. Now go away.
So I was a little heartbroken about that. Where they're like, "Oh, you got to know like how to program and all this other stuff," because that's what they were showing me. They're like, "It's not just writing. You got to take like these programming courses and like these game design courses." I'm like, "Oh, I just want to write though. I don't want to like have to sit down and code and whatnot." And they're like, "Nope, sorry. That's how the major goes. That's how the industry goes." And I was like, "Oh, all right. Well, time for a backup plan." Then I went into IT. Ooh. Almost got me. Almost got me. Ooh, criminal justice. Were you gonna go into like law or something? Sorry for the flashing. The game's like switching doesn't seem to want to do its one job when I'm switching through items. Here we go. I really got to make that entrance nicer so I know where it is at all times. Is there a map? There's a map. And I can place markers. Are there levels? Hold on, can I place a marker here? You can't place a marker on me. Okay. There we go. Now, when I'm out and about, I'll know exactly where the entrance is. Beautiful. Wanted to be a cop. No, there's nothing lame about that. Look, at the end of the day, we still need cops. You know, the problem isn't the police, it's the system. So wanting to be a cop is still I think a cool ambition. If anything, what we need at the moment is people going into like internal affairs, What is with the skeletons in my house? Why do you guys like my house so much? Because if we can get good people who will investigate the things that bad cops do, then we can get bad cops out of the system, and then good people can become cops. Obviously, that's just a very surface level analysis of it, because, what do I know? I'm just some dude. Yeah, me too, Maury. I've had to leave so many Discord servers because of that. I think I don't have anything important. Alright, so now I can go down there and see if I can get my stuff back. Yeah, the only time you'll get a ping in my Discord server is if one, if you select the role that you want to be pinged when I go live, and two, if I have to send like a server-wide message that I'm not going to be able to stream or something. Those are the only times. Otherwise, I'm not going to go slap happy with the pinging. Okay. Let's figure this out, shall we? I've got stuff down below. So my goal is to figure out how to get down. Find where I have died. Is there an easy way down? Oh, careful. It appears I have dug into some kind of like alcove. So there's no easy way to get down. I appreciate that, Maury. You are very dedicated. It's a shame that I can't connect my Twitch account to my Discord account, because then you'd be able to get a role for that. Currently, I'm only able to connect Twitch and Discord, so people who are my Twitch mods have roles. Yeah, you're welcome to. Actually, you can guinea pig for me and tell me if the link works if you do !Discord. Then tell me if anything popped up.
Maurice Little Story says no link.
No link. Hold on a sec. If you ever want the Discord link, you can also go over to the Twitch chat. Type it up. That command. But there you go. Tell me if that appears. Hold on, what was that select? Oh. Did the link that I posted in chat pop up? I have that moderation setting turned off. I do not know why it does not allow. Links. Nope. Nope, I don't see anything that says that I cannot. Okay, let me see. Okay, so tell me if that appeared. Do I watch any anime or I don't know how to say that word. I do watch anime. Currently the anime that I'm trying desperately to get the time to watch is Chainsaw Man. I watched season 1 of Frieren and I need to watch season 2. No link in. Are you kidding me? Okay, do this. Oh wait, hold on. You can see it in the commands up above, can't you? Yeah, do you see the link underneath the commands up top? No. Up top. Do you see the link where it says Discord and then there's a link right there? It's right underneath score. Yeah, there you go. Use that link. Yes, you do have to type it in. I apologize. Oh, you got it from Twitch. Okay. Yeah, if you get it from Twitch, you don't have to type it in. What do we got going on down here? Oh no. Okay, well this is death because those things, yep, I knew it. Those blasted frogs, man. Alright, well, I think that's enough exploring the cave for one day. I think I'm just gonna go explore the world. Hey, John, how's it going? What's up, bud? Explore, yes. We're gonna explore. We're going to see the world. I can show you the world. Gotta go take a nap? Oh, heck yeah. Is it a post-work nap or pre-work nap? Yo, what are you? You the swamp thing? You were the swamp thing. During work nap? Let's go. Hey, is this the Lumbridge Cave swamp? Swamp cave? Nobody's asking for you till 1:30. Are you working remote? Working from home? Oh my god, you don't automatically sink in the water. Beautiful. You can actually swim without having to spam spacebar. All right, John. Well, you have a good work nap. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate you. You sink in water? Love swimming. I just don't like how in Minecraft you have to spam space to stay above the water. See ya, John. Till next time, bud. Joined and introduced. Okay, Maury. Kick ass. Yeah, it's not a very like hip and happening chat server. I mean, some people like it that way, but you know, no others will come in and see that and be like, "Yo, this place is dead." But no, I mean, people do talk occasionally. Hey, Krabby. What is this cool looking place over here? I want to explore this. My dream is that one day we have a active and talkative server. No. I don't give mod to people who just ask. Especially not that way. There's nicer ways to ask. Ooh, wow, it is mega dark. We ain't doing that. Well, you're also a very nice person and you've shown yourself to be trustworthy. So that's why. You know, what am I gonna do if I give mod to some person who just asks? And they go and like mute and block everybody. Ain't happening. My goodness, what is this place? Why are the cliffs so steep? Like, that's why I'm glad that TikTok mods have a little bit less power than Twitch mods. Because Twitch mods got a lot of power. So you gotta be like really, really selective of who you add. Ooh, this place is cool looking. The music kind of reminds me of Fallout in this. Well, your stamina regens in the water. Okay, so I can just swim quickly. Ooh. Got a lava fall. Are we in Morrowind? What is this? Charred woodland. Wait a minute, are the maps not procedurally generated? Wait, which fox? Me or the little one? This thing shoots way too fast. Hopefully we're safe in here. Alright, this one doesn't say work in progress. Oh, but it is empty. Okay. Yeesh. Dead? Okay, it's dead. My goodness, that thing was going to fight. Oh god. I just want to explore in peace, please. Be gone, doggy. And I appreciate that. This, you know, this kind of reminds me of the Burning Crusade. Like we're fighting the Legion. This area, there's like green fire everywhere. The land is all burnt and charred. Poison tree. I wonder if that's gonna... Yeah, this looks like Morrowind If the Legion attacked Morrowind. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Poisoned nettle. Mama, that's a deep cave. This is pretty cool looking. This definitely seems like one of those games where when you're like running around looking at stuff, you're gonna see a lot of like ooh. I mean, like, look at this over here. What is this? Like a jagged spire shooting out from the ground. It's cool looking. We got like one of those toad thingies, so I gotta keep clear of that. Those freaking toads keep annihilating me every time I encounter them. This adamantite ore. Okay. Neat. Casually get the strongest ore in the game. I don't even need to like upgrade my pickaxe or anything. Ooh, what's this? Topaz. Oh, gems. Okay. Wonder what gems are for. We'll find out when we get back to camp, eh? Yeah, that's what we need. We need somebody who will lay down the law. Slacker's law. Ooh, what's this? We gotta... What are you? Oh, you got a halberd. I don't think I'll fight you. Gonna just go around you. You look like a magic person. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Oh, nope, that's one of those toad thingies. The music is good. I really like the music. They did really good with the aesthetics. For just being in early access, it kind of makes me excited for what's to come. Oh no, what happened? How'd you hurt yourself? Gotta look for... It also doesn't seem like there's a weight system, which is nice. I know too often games who try to do like a survival crafting game like the, or yeah, survival crafting, they're like, we're gonna implement a weight system. Very punishing. Here you. Whoa, the sky changed. You squeezed it hard? Well, don't do that. That's how you hurt yourself. Ugh. Frickin' toads are everywhere. Okay, good. Thank you for promising. I've been... Oh! Tracking's been crashing a lot lately. Something's wrong with the app. Ooh. Whatever it is, I don't want to fight it. Polar Express movie? Yeah, I do. Don't really have a favorite character, though. Probably the conductor, since he's voiced by Tom Hanks. I like Tom Hanks. I'm guessing that's your favorite movie. Or desolate as we... okay. How much? I have 25 adamant. Oh no, I have 30 adamantite. I'm guessing I'm gonna need one of the thicker hides, leathers, to be able to make anything from it. You'll have a similar lamp to the one in the movie. You'll have a conductor lamp. Green crystal shards. I'm guessing that's like emeralds or something. Soon you'll have. Ooh, that's cool. Well, I hope you have a lot of fun with your new link. Should I trust this water, guys? Something seems off about it. Seems okay. Boldor. Cobalt ore. Here. Ouch. What hit me? No, I like your avatar. Yeah, but that's a nice, very nice avatar. You don't have to change it unless you don't, unless you want. Why is this built like this? What the heck? Is it just procedurally? I think it was just procedurally that way. It almost looks like a player built it. I was kind of tripping out. I was like, I definitely don't have anyone in this game right now. Can you imagine how trippy would that be? Like, this entire time I just think I'm playing by myself. But it turns out that I like opened this up to other players. There's just people casually playing on the same server as me right now. I think I would trip out a bit. And I could make a clickbait video. I accidentally played an online game. What are you? Oh, Lord have mercy. Not want to deal with you. Watch your new video? What's your video about? Do you make Polar Express videos? Careful. I'm gonna leave this area because it kind of scares me. What is this? Wreck? Yeah? Well, that's super cool. What do you make, like, you analyze, like, the movie or something? Or do you talk about, like, the characters, or what? What are your videos about? Or do you do edits? Because I know those are all the rage. Ah, you do edits. Okay. Look, guys, it's a polar bear. I'm gonna go say hi to the polar bear because nothing bad's ever happened when people do that before, right? Is that a trilobite? I think that's a trilobite. I mean, there's dinosaurs in this game. Those things are extinct. No, don't run, don't run, don't run, don't run. I'm not gonna hurt you. I just want to look at you. No, no. Look at their little eyebrows. So cute. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm not gonna hurt you. I just want to look at you. Alright, fine. Bye. You know, I don't think I have a favorite song. But if I were to say that I like any of the songs from that movie, it would have to be the one where they're singing on the train. Forget which song that is. I know that sounds very vague. You'll know what I mean. It's like the first song that they sing on there. Something like that's the way you do it on the Polar Express. That. Yeah. That's the one. Oh, was that a jackalope? Is that just a giant rabbit or is that a jackalope? I think it's just a giant rabbit. Hey, giant rabbit, are you friendly? Kind of. Hi. Jeez. If I saw a train in my dreams, what's the first thing I would do? Well, I would try to ride it, of course. Or you know what? I would buy a ticket. Because you can't get on without a ticket, right? What about you? What would you do? Little ow. Cute. Hoot hoot. Hoot 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 hoot. Yeah, what's up, unknown? How you doing? Boreal Reach. How far away from home am I? Okay, not far. Oh, so this isn't Fog of War. This is just how far I can see on the map. I understand. See? Roxy, you're so cute. Ow. What gives? Ow. Alright, I'll leave you alone. Jeez. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone. What is your freaking problem, dude? Leave me alone. I just wanted to look at you. Moose, help me. Dude, leave me alone. Jesus Christ. It ain't that deep, bro. Alright, good. It's leaving me alone now. Sheesh. That fox wanted my blood. Good day, piggies. Hey, thank you for the follow, Mono. Welcome, welcome. You don't like the Oh, okay. Have a good one, Mono. If I don't see you when you're back, then thanks for stopping by and following and chatting. You have a good night. You don't like the train nerd? Yeah, I don't like that kid either. He's got a really annoying voice, but you might recognize his voice if you've ever seen Dexter's Laboratory. He's the voice of Mandark. And don't even think about asking me to do that voice. I can't. Well, I could, but I don't want to. No, leave me alone. Loser. You're obsessed with the conductor. You don't know how to tell him? What do you mean? You want to tell the guy who wrote the song that you love his song? Hey, Naomi, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How's it going? How are you doing? Hello, Snake. Okay, it's okay, Snake. I'm leaving. Okay. How was a snake less aggressive than a fox? That friggin' fox chased me for like a mile. Just trying to avoid sleep. Ain't we all? But, don't avoid it too much. Make sure you get some sleep, okay? Otherwise, you'll end up like me, how I was today. Just, exhausted. Felt like somebody stuffed a bunch of mud inside of my skull. And like I could barely think. Excuse me. No, that's a beholder. Nope, I'm out of here. Not fighting a beholder. I'm out. At least I think it's a beholder. It looks like one. That's a bear. Stay asleep, bear. Leave me alone. Good, good, good. But I know exactly where you're coming from, though. On the weekends, huh? Yeah, no, you can't. You will never catch me sleeping. I stay up so long that it's absurd. What are you? I want to fight you. I'm not ready for any of these creatures that I'm finding. We will eventually fight them. Once I'm getting like better food and better gear and stuff. But right now we're just exploring. Night sky is really pretty. Not been able to see it yet. Wow, there's like fireflies. You can see the moon. And there's a partial eclipse. It's cool. Because I think that's... I'd imagine that the Hytale planet is blocking the light of the... Oh no, what are you? Oh my Lanta. There are some evil things out here at night. No, leave me alone, please. I want to fight. Just trying to get home. Normally you stay up the whole weekend. The whole weekend? Like all night long? My goodness, you must feel like a zombie. That's pretty hardcore, though. But you know what? I shouldn't judge too hard, because when I was younger, I used to do the exact same thing. Like when I was in high school, there would be times where, like during the summer, I would probably stay up like a day and a half straight. And then when I would go home, because I'd basically be spending time at my friend's house the entire summer. And when I would go home, I would be a zombie. My brain would be non-functioning. Just don't like sleeping. You know what? I can see that. Because while you're asleep, you're missing out on... Oh, hi there. You're missing out on everything, right? What it feels like. What are you, please? That's definitely a beholder. That looks like a beholder. And we got this frickin' skeletal death knight running at me. Oh, my Lanta. That's a, you know, it's funny. That's a real like ADHD thought right there. Because that's how I feel too, where it's like all weekend long or all week long when I am working, you know, if I'm not streaming, then I have to go to bed at a decent time so I can go to work. But then I feel like, oh, missing out on stuff that I can't do while I'm working. And then so I stay up late irresponsibly. So I feel ya. Nope, we're just gonna go to sleep. I probably put torches around my house. Stop these dang skeletons from spawning. Okay, let me see. Oh. So, am I able to immediately start smelting adamantite? I am. Okay, beautiful. Do we need to upgrade this? We need green. We need cobalt. I don't know what the green. Promised your friends you'd play Roblox with them. All right, go play Roblox. Hey Cam, how you doing? What's up, my friend? Oh, I see. You were being cheeky. I'm doing all right. Getting pretty tired though. I think I might be on for a few more minutes because I need to see what I can make with adamantite. But how you been? Heavy leather and cinder cloth scraps. Okay, when the salvage from the charred bones of a denizen. Oh man. So in order to make adamantite, we have to get cinder cloth. Excuse me. And that means having to go over to the lava area and kill those enemies. So I think iron's the next stage. We can't just jump straight into adamantite. What about for weapons though? Can I make an adamantite sword? Good. It's locked though, by the way. Do I need to make the next thing? Is this how this works? I need to make the next thing before I can... Okay, that's not that difficult. Let me test that theory. Here we go. Iron sword. No. Oh, requires blacksmith's anvil tier 2. I did not see that. Well, at least we got an iron sword now. Baking some brownies. Ooh, heck yeah. Wasn't too sure about this game because it looks like Roblox Minecraft. Kind of does. It does look like as if somebody made Minecraft in Roblox. But you know what? I've been having fun with it so far. It's definitely got the early access itis. But I'm having fun with it so far. So if you like Minecraft, you might enjoy this. I won't outright claim that you're gonna love it. right? I think you would. I think you would enjoy stuff away. How that works. Oh, quick stack. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. What all is different about it from Minecraft? Okay, so far what I've noticed, like a big one, like a really, really big one so far is, hold on, I gotta put my thoughts together. Because I've been saying so much like, oh, I like this, I like that. So one of the things I like is right out of the bat, without like any mods or anything, you can like hold. Actually, wait, no, you can do that in Minecraft without mods too. I forgot that that was a new thing. Why am I drawing a blank? I was talking about it earlier while I was mining. I was like, oh, I love it. I love that this game does this. I wish Minecraft would do that. Oh my god, I'm drawing a blank. Well, one thing that it has that vanilla Minecraft doesn't have is a map. And you can drop pins on the map and it shows you where your deaths are. Ooh, what's this structure? I didn't see this. Is that the forgotten temple that I need to look for? Maybe once I figure out the building mechanics, I think I might build my house here. This looks really cool. I'll build like a village or something. But you know, I told another person who was saying that they don't like this game, like they don't like how it looks. Because they were like, oh, it feels like they're just trying to replace Minecraft. I'm like, no, 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 no. They're not trying to replace Minecraft. It's basically they are making a game where they're like, we love Minecraft, so we are going to make a game that pays homage to Minecraft, while at the same time, you know, borrowing many of its like core functionalities. But yeah, I don't think it's trying to replace Minecraft, you know? Because it's like, Lord knows, you are not going to replace Minecraft. Oh, 15 venom sacks. So I gotta go kill spiders before I can start even dreaming of killing this thing. Minecraft, but if we made it, yeah, yeah, exactly. 100%. That is how I would put it. Yeah. Do I have the backpack yet? Where's the gosh darn backpack? There it is. I need medium leather, medium hide. So I gotta go kill. What drops medium hides? Bears, right? I gotta go bear hunting. You know, the worst part about it is you don't heal unless you eat, which, you know, is similar to Minecraft, but there's no hunger bar to let you know that, like, you know, you should eat. Hey Tia, how's it going? How are you? Yeah, well, I guess we're gonna go bear hunting. Bad? Why? What's wrong? Oh, you're sick. I'm sorry. Man, everyone's getting sick. You guys gotta stop getting each other sick. If I ever see you in a forest fighting a grizzly bear, help the bear. Why will you be winning? Is that what I'm hearing, Cam? That you could take a bear? Also, it doesn't help that I am so disorganized. Even when playing Minecraft, I'm unbelievably disorganized. So playing this, it just exacerbates that. Okay, so... yeah, let's go bear hunting. Bear help saying guide. Oh, yeah. Hello. Whoa, that's an interesting name. Hello, how are you? My favorite ice cream flavor. You know the Ben and Jerry's flavor, Chubby Hubby or fish food? Those two. I like those two. But if those aren't around, then I'll probably grab like Moose Tracks or something. As you can tell, I like a lot of stuff added to my ice cream. Fish food. Yeah, but it's not spelled like that kind of fish. It's spelled like the band fish. Phish. Can you imagine? You buy ice cream and you're just like, this is an interesting flavor, and you look at it and it's like fish food flavor, and you're like, did I buy ice cream for fish? What is
Welcome
this?
back from the ad break. See? It wasn't so bad.
I love the oh, it is a jackalope. Hi, jackalope. I love the concern. You're just like, uh-oh, is something wrong with Slacker? Homeboy is straight up admitting to eating fish food. That's heavy hide. Okay, so boar drops light, bear drops heavy. What drops medium? Probably gonna be like sheep or something. Beanord. Oh, you missed it, Tia. Earlier, somebody came in the chat and they were making him talk a whole bunch. But you don't need to worry, Cam, because if I ever got to the mental state where I would start eating fish food, you guys would know way in advance that I was getting to that point. Okay, so our mission is medium hide and spider fang. I think I see what might drop though. Well, you can. Well, then why don't you go off and sleep then? You don't have to come to my live. I mean, I appreciate that you do, but if you're not feeling well, then just stop kicking me in the face. My favorite thing to do? Unfortunately, it's nothing too exciting. I'll either be out and about doing, you know, whatever I can find, or playing games. So even cows don't drop medium hide. Cows don't, boars don't, bears don't. What in the world drops medium hide? Bear drops heavy. Stop killing the poor babies. No. I need their body parts. I am ancient. As old as the forest. How about you, zombie? Do you drop anything? I'm killing B-Nerd's friends? No, I'm not. His friends aren't even from here. He doesn't make friends with the woodland creatures. Why do you want to know, hmm? Why is my age important? I'll tell you this, I'm old enough to be called Unk. I get called that all the time here. I'll give you that. That is what we call personal identifiable information. Wait, what do you mean? Your life is not eligible for... Life does not comply with the... Fraud? And who the hell keeps reporting me for fraud? What am I doing that's making people be like, yep, I'm gonna report this guy for fraud? Am I like saying, is there an AI or something that's like listening to me and is like, this guy is scamming people? Like, I legit am not saying a word, dog. $70. That's too young. That's way too young. I was 70 when the first humans landed in this land. I remember when the moon was but an infant. When the heat from the young earth could still be felt. What are you? God, you look like me when I wake up in the morning. Are you friendly? Can I like walk around you? Yo, it's cool. We cool. Don't worry about it. Okay, he's cool. How old is B-Nord? God only knows. You ask him, he's just gonna be like, I don't have an age. Because I'm a stupid little baby chat GPT thing that doesn't have a personality right now. I just give boring, dumb answers. Heavy hide. Oh boy. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to do some Googling later. Gotta figure out what the hell drops medium. Still haven't seen any sheep. I'm guessing it's sheep. I don't know why cows wouldn't. Cows drop light, which doesn't make any sense. Who are you? Oh my gosh, look at you. You're a little snow piggy. Oh my gosh, you're so cute. Don't worry, I'm not gonna hurt you. What drops what? I'm trying to find what drops medium hide. I think I'm gonna have to Google it later because nothing I'm killing is dropping it. Guessing it at this point, I'm guessing it's sheep. I also like how in this game the mountains look like mountains. I guess, like, you know, maybe in Minecraft they kind of do too, but sometimes to me they just look like they pushed the land up. You know, that makes any sense. I'm sure if you looked it up and you know, sure. I don't mind. Oh, hi there. Is it you, Wolf? You drop medium? Ouch, god damn. What? You followed me up the mountain? Oh my god. Will you die, please? There we go. Yay, there we go. Medium hide. Okay, thank you, Cam. I think its buddy might have died. Oh my gosh, Tia. If you're gonna freak out every time I kill an animal, then I don't think this game is for you. Do you get upset when you watch Monster Hunter? Do you root for the monster instead of for the human? Don't kill another wolf? Well, guess what? I'm gonna. Kill. It's mine. Killed. What do you mean, what is Monster Hunter? Largest from bears, yetis, crocodiles, monster. Oh, okay. I'm guessing Mosshorn was that creepy thing that I saw. The rose. Is this cobalt ore? Take me home. Oh, the place. It is cobalt ore. I belong West Virginia. What is this glowing stuff? Blue crystal shards, okay. Nah, you won't, Tia. You won't. And literally, it's how I progress through the game. What are you talking about? If I don't kill any wolves, then I can't progress through the game. How about this little baby pig, What if I kill this right now? What if I end its tiny, tender, newborn life right in front of your face? It has a potential. It has a life it could live. But I could snuff it out right now. You don't care about that? Gee. Priorities. Oh, gee. Don't worry, Cam. I won't do it. Oh, I am not going over there yet. I went over there earlier and that place whooped my ass. Karma? No. I hadn't begun to kill wolves yet. It's just because it's a high level area. Hello, bear. Hello, squirrel. Has anybody seen any wolves around here? Let's see, how much medium hide do I have? 5. I need 3 more. That's like what? 1.5 more wolves? Now you're probably asking, Slacker, how do you only kill half a wolf? Oh, I'll find a way. I'll find a way. Hi, bear. Don't worry, polar bear. We good. Oh. Slippery. There we go. Ven acá. Must collect your skin. Scheisse. Give me your skin. How much is that? 1? All right. Your turn. Ah, no. Insane thing to say. Hey, you know me by now. Shite. Wait, hold on. Let me recharge my stamina. Just need 1 more skin. What a wild thing to get upset about. If I can find one in the next couple minutes. Well, you know what? It doesn't even matter because then I gotta go tan him and then I gotta make him into a backpack. Thing is, you're really not gonna want to watch me play Red Dead Redemption. What are you? Oh, you're a snow leopard. Let's do it. Our battle will be legendary. Oh, you can... Whoa, okay. You can maneuver. Mobs in this game are smart. And of course, since it's a cat, it doesn't take any fall damage from falling. Where are you going? Come back. Turn your back on me. All right. We're done. Don't turn your back on me, Scar. Oh, no. Perhaps it's you that shouldn't turn your back on me. Is that a challenge? Temper. I wouldn't dream of challenging you. How do I get out of this goddamn tundra? Okay. Now we're ice skating. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, oh. Looks to be a complete mouse. Mouse! Oh, you're so cute. Oh my goodness, look at your ears. You are so adorable. Now you I won't hurt because you're so cute. Is this thorium? Volcanic cobble. Thorium, okay. Where in the money? No, I would never. Did you see its big adorable ears? It was so cute. If anything, I want one as a pet. Where'd it go? Oh, hi, fox. Is it a baby? No. Okay. No. Last time I looked at a fox for too long, it attacked me. What do we got here? Some kind of mine? Can I steal this place? Could have sworn I saw a house up there. Yep. Something up there. Is it really not a house? Oh, just a minecart thingy. Oh, hey, okay. Alright, bro. Okay. Alright, I'm leaving. I get it. I'm trespassing. We're good. I will see myself out. How far away from home am I? Oh, not that far. Okay. Right, I did make like a million detours on the way. So it only felt like it was far away. Also, you see how derpy these birds are? Like, look at this owl. You probably can't see it very well, but they fly so goofy. Oh, what? Oh, it's boars. Ooh. Is this like a meteor crater? Oh, that's rad. I'll have to check that out at some. Let me put a marker here. Looks like a meteor crater. Come back to that later. Alright, now we're in the Swamp of Sorrows. Oh man, even the moon has details. So there are phases of the moon. Because last time when I looked up at the sky, the moon was completely dark. I think it was a new moon. Oh! But now we have a full moon. Well, actually no. What is that called? That's a gibbous moon, right? Waxing gibbous or something like that. Dark side of the moon. Moon made of cheese. Old how cheese. My god, dude. That's the one thing that irritates me about TikTok. Why does my stream keep getting flagged for frauds and scams? What am I doing that is fraudulent? Hold on, I need to... where is it? Where's the thing? I need to appeal. Now. Okay, whatever. Somebody's really out to get me. I play so good it thinks I'm hacking. Well, then it is not paying very good attention then. Because no. I play like garbage, man. All right, now that we're home, I'm gonna prepare stuff and then call it a night. It is late. Medium, so that'll start tanning. And then we got our iron, cool. And then I just need to see what I need for the backpack. Just need the 8 medium leathers. Okay, beautiful. So next time we will make the backpack. And then probably get started on finishing this house. But does this save? Oh, I guess it does save. Ah, okay. All right. Well, that's where we're gonna call it for the night, my friends. Let's see who's over on TikTok right now. Oh, we got a few people. All right. Well, TikTok, thank you for being here. Thanks everybody for watching. Thank you for your support. And oh, no stream tomorrow. I've been streaming like 3 days in a row, I think. So I just need a day off. So no stream tomorrow. Okay. So take care of yourself. Have a good day tomorrow, and I'll see you Friday. All right, Twitch. Let's go raid somebody. Good night, Cam. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you, my friend. All right, let us go raid. I don't know. Should we raid someone playing Hytale? Yeah, let's raid somebody playing Hytale. Since everybody was here to watch me play it. So the first person I see is another VTuber, which is wonderful. And they speak English. Their stream is English. So I'm gonna go raid them. All right, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thank you for your support. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chatting. You guys are awesome. No stream tomorrow, as I said, but I'll be back Friday. I think that's everything. Yeah. So take care of yourselves, all right? And have a good day tomorrow. Bye-bye.